From the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, this is Space Shuttle Endeavour Launch Control. The countdown for launch of Endeavour on Space Shuttle mission STS-61 is continuing on schedule this morning. This is our second launch attempt following our scrub yesterday due to poor weather conditions at the launch site and at the landing facility here at the Kennedy Space Center. At this point, we are currently in our standard 2-hour built-in hold at the T-minus 3-hour mark. We have just about 1 hour and 35 minutes remaining in this scheduled hold. The window for launch of Endeavour opens at 4:27 a.m. on December the 2nd, tomorrow morning, and lasts for about 1 hour and 11 minutes or until 5:38 a.m. Work at Launch Pad 39B, as well as operations here in Firing Room 3 of the Launch Control Center, continue on schedule this evening. No problems are being reported at this time, and we do expect an on-time liftoff of Endeavour and the 7-member crew from the Kennedy Space Center. This is the most experienced crew to ever fly aboard the Space Shuttle, and together they have a combined total of 16 flights. The 7 crew members who will fly aboard Endeavour are Commander Richard Covey, Pilot Ken Bowersox, Payload Commander and Mission Specialist Story Musgrave, and Mission Specialists Thomas Akers, Jeffrey Hoffman, Claude Nicollier, and Kathy Thornton. Situated in Endeavour's payload bay today are the various instruments that will be used to service the Hubble Space Telescope. These instruments include replacement solar arrays, the new and improved wide-field planetary camera, the Corrective Optics Space Telescope Axial Replacement, or COSTAR, and a package of gyro replacements. Also, 2 IMAX cameras will fly on this mission. One is mounted in the payload bay, and one will be handheld in the crew module. Last night, the crew were awakened at about 9 p.m. and were seated for breakfast just about an hour ago. Today, we will not be having any tape replays of that breakfast. Each of the 7 astronauts assigned to fly today have been thoroughly trained in their roles on this mission. Due to the nature and complexity of this flight, a record amount of time has been spent in extravehicular activity training. Approximately 700 hours of EVA training was conducted, including almost 400 hours spent underwater. This is nearly twice as long as most EVA crews spend training for spacewalking activities. On this flight, 2 teams of 2 astronauts will be conducting the complex servicing operations of the Hubble Space Telescope. 5 spacewalks are planned on 5 consecutive days during this 11-day flight. Currently, the crew is taking advantage of a bit of free time to make final preparations before being given a formal weather briefing on conditions here at KSC, as well as at various contingency landing sites around the globe. In just a few minutes, they will be donning their flight suits and making preparations to depart their crew quarters for the launch pad. That departure is scheduled for about 12:57 a.m. this morning. Launch of Endeavour on mission STS-61 remains on time to occur at 4:27 a.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center's Pad 39B. Currently located at the pad are the Ice and Debris Assessment Team. They will be making assessments of the They are in the process of making inspections and measuring the external temperatures of the vehicle. This follows the loading of the supercold propellants, which occurred on time last night. Tanking operations commenced at about 7:30 p.m. and 500,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen propellants were placed in the external tank. These fuels are used by the orbiter's 3 main engines. Tanking operations went as planned. Today's launch of Shuttle Endeavour will be the orbiter's 5th flight and the 59th shuttle flight overall in NASA's Space Shuttle program. Endeavour will be placed in an orbit 356 miles high at an inclination of 28 degrees. Endeavour is scheduled to land 11 days following launch back here at the Kennedy Space Center on our 3-mile-long shuttle landing facility. Within the past hour, the launch test team has completed their pre-ingress switch list used to verify that the shuttle's cockpit switches are all in the proper position and configuration for the flight crew's entry into the vehicle. Also, the cabin air temperature has been adjusted and the closeout crew has been deployed to the white room. The rotating service structure was moved into the park position on Tuesday, and it has remained in that location since that time and will stay there through launch. The weather forecast for our launch attempt indicates we have about a 60% chance of getting off on time due to local weather concerns. At launch time, we do expect clouds to be scattered to broken at about 4,500 feet. The visibility is expected to be 7 miles or greater. Winds at the pad are expected to be from the east-northeast at 8 to 14 knots. The temperature should be about 68 degrees and the humidity about 79%. The primary concern that we have is for clouds below 8,000 feet. This low ceiling would prohibit an accurate visual understanding of our landing situation should our pilot be required to do a return to launch site abort and land back at the shuttle landing facility. Also, we have some concerns to a lesser degree for some scattered showers from the east. We expect that our winds will be less tonight, and we are more optimistic for a launch this time. At this point in our countdown, operations are proceeding smoothly and on schedule. The flight crew's departure for the launch pad remains on time for about 12:57 a.m. At T-minus 3 hours and holding, this is shuttle launch control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 3 hours and holding. Everything continues to go well with the countdown this evening. The Kennedy Space Center launch team is proceeding with plans to launch the Space Shuttle Endeavour at 4:27 a.m. on the first mission to service the Hubble Space Telescope. Currently, it is about 11:50 p.m. local time, and the 7 members of the flight crew are awake and have eaten breakfast, and they are preparing to begin suiting shortly. No issues or concerns are being worked at the pad or on the vehicle at this time. At the shuttle launch pad, the ice and debris assessment team is currently working their way up to the launch structure towards the 195-foot level. This team of 8 was dispatched to the pad by Launch Director Bob Seek following tanking operations just a short while ago for the purpose of inspecting for any abnormal ice buildups on the vehicle or on the pad surface. The ice team uses both visual aids and specialized handheld instruments. During their 2-hour stay at the pad, they also check for any debris that may be present on or near the launch structure. The ice team assesses the integrity of the foam insulation on the external tank and looks for any signs of ice or frost buildups on the pad's support structure. They also measure the temperatures on various parts of the vehicle and assess potential ice or other debris concerns that could become a safety issue during liftoff. Despite ambient temperatures in the neighborhood of 60 degrees at the pad this evening, the super cold cryogenic fuels now stored in the huge external tank can create frost and ice, which may be hazardous to the vehicle during launch. The ice team includes representatives from the Kennedy Space Center, Johnson Space Center, and NASA contractors. Greg Katnick of NASA is the team leader, and he is responsible for external pre-flight inspections of the entire shuttle and for making a final report to the mission management team, who are now assembling in the firing room. Each member of the ice team is required to wear the highly visible orange protective coveralls that are anti-static and flame resistant. Again, all is continuing to go well at the pad for our launch attempt of Endeavour at the opening of the window at 4:27 a.m. at T-minus 3 hours in holding, with about 1 hour, 12 minutes remaining in the hold. This is shuttle launch control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 3 hours and holding. We have just over 1 hour remaining in our standard built-in hold, which is 2 hours in length total. Everything continues to go on schedule this morning. The countdown is working no problems. The mission management team are beginning to arrive in the Launch Control Center for this, our second attempt to launch Endeavour on mission STS-61 and to service the Hubble Space Telescope. The launch crews that are in the firing room all appear alert and ready to support our countdown this morning as we continue. At the pad, the ICE team is concluding their inspections of ice and debris that may be present at the pad. In fact, the ICE team is in the process now of preparing to depart the pad. If conditions are right, ice can sometimes form on or near the vehicle during tanking operations, and that's when the super cold fuels are pumped into the external tank. Liquid hydrogen is one of the coldest substances in the world, registering in at about 432 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. And when this fuel, along with the liquid oxygen, is loaded into the external tank, the piping used to channel the fuels to the external tank can ice over. And prior to liftoff, ice particles could possibly break off and strike the vehicle, causing some damage to the shuttle and its fragile thermal protection system tiles. Therefore, the ICE team is sent to the pad following this hazardous operation to ensure that no ice has indeed formed that could pose a potential dangerous situation. The ICE team has reported back that there are no hazardous situations at the pad, that the connection between the external tank and the orbiter, shown on NASA Select TV at this time, seems to be relatively clean of ice. There is some small formations on the orbiter side, but that is very normal and will pose no threat to our operation this morning. Again, everything continues on schedule at this time. We're working no technical problems. The only concern that we do have is for a potential weather concern, and that specific concern is for cloud ceilings that may be below 8,000 feet, and to a lesser degree, a slight chance of showers that may be coming in off the ocean to the east of us. Again, in firing room 3, all of our launch team are gathered and monitoring all of their systems. Mission management team is in the process of gathering and reporting on station as well. The vehicle at the pad is in good shape. No technical problems are being discussed on any of our nets. Engineers are able to sit back and monitor their systems, and no discussion is happening of any type regarding any problems whatsoever. At T-minus 3 hours and holding, this is shuttle launch control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 3 hours and holding, with about 32 minutes remaining in our hold this morning. We're standing by for live video of the crew donning their flight suits in the crew quarters, which is located in the operations and checkout building. And we have that video. Commander Dick Covey looked like he's all ready to fly, making some last-minute adjustments. He's preparing to make his 4th flight into space today. His pilot, Ken Bowersox, preparing to make his 2nd flight into space today. Ken considers Bedford, Indiana to be his hometown. Relaxed Story Musgrave, mission specialist, the veteran of space flight. He is preparing to make his historic 5th flight aboard the space shuttle today. Other crew members who have already been suited up and are standing by for their commander and pilot to finish up. Kathy Thornton, mission specialist, preparing for her 3rd flight. She is going to be one of our spacewalking specialists. Tom Akers. Mission specialist Jeff Hoffman, relaxing before the walk out to the Astrovan that'll carry them out to the pad. And finally, our representative from the European Space Agency, Claude Nicolet, putting on his gloves, making sure everything fits just properly. He's preparing to make his 2nd flight into space today. These bright orange colored suits are basically an altitude and protection system. It includes the helmet, communications cap, and pressure garment, as well as the anti-exposure gloves and boots. These are partially pressurized suits. In fact, you can see that they are inflating Commander Covey's suit right now to check for any problems, any leaks that may be there. Back with a live shot of the vehicle at the pad. Everything continues on schedule at this time. As the crew completes their donning of the flight suits, we expect that they will be departing the crew quarters and be driven to the pad for entry into the shuttle Endeavour. A departure to the pad is expected to occur at about 12:57 this morning. Meanwhile, engineers and managers are making sure all preparations are continuing on schedule for our liftoff, scheduled for 4:27 a.m. There are no vehicle or hardware problems being reported except for one minor issue having to do with TACAN number 1. There has been reported some unexplained noise on that circuit. It has been seen before, and it will pose no problem for launch today, but it is being presented as an item of discussion to a minor degree at this point, but again, we don't expect any problems with that for launch. Still, everything continues to go according to plan today at Kennedy Space Center. Operations at the pad with the Shuttle Endeavour are proceeding smoothly. Astronauts are preparing to walk out of their crew quarters on time. That should occur in just a few minutes. We will have live video coverage of that event coming up at about 12:57 a.m. At T-minus 3 hours and holding, this is shuttle launch control. This is shuttle launch control, T-minus 3 hours and holding, and we are planning at this time to replay a tape of the crew's arrival. at the Kennedy Space Center that occurred this past Saturday. The crew departed their home base at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, Saturday morning. Flew to KSC Shuttle Landing Facility aboard their T-38 training aircraft and arrived at KSC at about 11 o'clock a.m. on Saturday. Pilot Ken Bowersox. Behind is Kathy Thornton, mission specialist. Also Story Musgrave.
Well, good morning. This is considerably different weather than we left in Houston. It was about 29 degrees, and some of us even have our long underwear on still. But this is great. We flew by Endeavour out on a pad on our way in. It looks great out there. We got a great bird to go fly. We've done a lot of preparation for an immense task that we have ahead of us in the repair and servicing of the Hubble telescope. We've trained hard. We've worked hard with the ground team that will support us in this task, and we feel confident that 2 weeks from tomorrow we're going to be back here getting ready to head back to Houston in the other direction after a very successful STS-61. Appreciate y'all coming out to greet us this morning, and we look forward to putting on quite a show for y'all over the next 11 days, starting next Wednesday. One that you will enjoy and also be immensely proud of the effort that has gone into this very important mission. Thank you very much. We're going to go to bed in about an hour. We sleep from noon to 8.
Those statements were made to members of the media who had witnessed the crew's arrival this past Saturday. The crew visited the pad early Sunday morning and briefly inspected the various Hubble Space Telescope servicing and replacement instruments that are currently inside the Orbiter Endeavour's payload bay. Then they made final preparations in their flight plans and received final mission briefings and made final suit checks, bringing them up to this point in the countdown. At this time, we are at T-minus 3 hours in holding in our countdown for launch today. The astronauts are presently in the suit-up room, making sure they are ready to depart for the pad. Walkout of the crew will be televised and is on schedule to occur at about 12:57 a.m. With about 24.5 minutes remaining in our hold at T-minus 3 hours in holding, this is Shuttle Launch Control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 3 hours and holding. We have just under 11 minutes remaining in our built-in hold this morning. We have live video coverage of our crew up on the 3rd floor of the operations and checkout building as they make their way down the hall, preparing to depart for the pad. Commander Covey is going to be first, and he'll be boarded by Mission Specialist Kathy Thornton. They're making their way down the hallway to enter the elevator that will take them down to the Astrovan. In the blue suit is Chief Astronaut Hoot Gibson, who will be flying in the shuttle training aircraft during our launch this morning, checking for weather concerns at the shuttle landing facility. Some employees at KSC are gathered early this morning to give a send-off to the 7-member crew as they leave for the pad. Commander Covey waving to members of the media who are present. Other members of the crew waving as well, giving signs of good cheer and showing that they're ready to fly. The crew are entering the Astrovan, which will carry them to launch pad 39B, and we expect the crew to arrive at the pad's white room in just about 25 minutes. There has been a great deal of interest in the press who are witnessing the departure this morning. Members of the press have, of course, come from all over the country to witness our launch attempt today. As the crew are driven to the pad, they are given a security escort, tracked by our helicopter cameras that will be monitoring their journey. It's about 15 miles in distance from their crew quarters to the launch pad. As the crew are driven to the pad, we are going to play a videotape of members of the crew discussing various aspects of this mission to service the Hubble Space Telescope. Kathy Thornton is one of 4 crew members selected to walk in space and actually do the hands-on servicing of the telescope. Kathy, how easy or difficult will it be to work on the telescope in space?
As I said, most of it was built to be done by EVA. There are handrails around, there are sockets to put in foot restraints so that we can restrain our bodies while we work. A lot of the work that we're going to do is going to be on the end of the mechanical arm. So we'll be moved around the payload bay as if we were on a cherry picker, and it's very easy to access most of the telescope in that manner.
What was the purpose in dividing up the spacewalking tasks?
It takes a large number of EVAs to do all the things that we need to do. Right now we're scheduled for 5. We can do as many as 8. It's fatiguing, and we don't want to do too many in a row, have the same crew do more than 2 in a row. So it requires obviously more than one team of spacewalkers to accomplish 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 EVAs in one mission.
What are the reasons for needing to replace the solar arrays on the telescope?
There's some jitter associated with the solar rays when they come through the terminator, when they come from darkness to light, and they begin to warm up. They jitter a little bit, they wiggle. And there's also probably some slipping in a compensator system that was supposed to accommodate that. It kind of sticks for a little while and then jumps, releases itself. And that has caused some problems with the precise pointing that is required for the scientific experiments that are going on, the observations that are occurring. Have a little trouble dealing with that. A lot of it has been taken out with software programming, which occupies a fair amount of memory of the computer on board. So when we change out the solar rays to eliminate that jitter, it'll not only make the pointing a little more precise, but it'll also release some of the computer memory for other functions.
Kathy, you will also be involved in the installation of the CoStar into the telescope. What is CoStar designed to do?
CoStar is a box roughly the size of a telephone booth, has a weight of 600 or 700 pounds here on Earth, and it contains corrective optics for many of the scientific instruments that are in the aft end of the telescope, the axial instruments. It will have little mirrors inside that have exactly the opposite aberration that the primary mirror has, and will, in a sense, subtract the spherical aberration of the beam as it comes through that optical system. We're going to take out the high-speed photometer. We have to find a place to put this, so one of the instruments had to be sacrificed, and the one that we're taking out is a high-speed photometer. And in its place, we'll put CoStar. And after we leave it, an optical bench will be extended through a little hole in the top of that box into the beam, the primary beam of the telescope. And we'll send out little arms that allow the optical correction to be made to the axial instruments.
Kathy, what is most fascinating to you about the Hubble Space Telescope?
The Hubble is our eyes. That's how we're going to see back to the beginning of the universe. It's how we tell what's happened to us in the past and where our universe is going in the future. And I think that's intriguing to most people. The resolution of the telescope for bright objects is as good as it had been planned to be. We won't improve any of that. We hope to improve the response to the faint objects in the telescope, and that's really where we want to see the edge of the universe. And we're hoping, when we finish this mission, that we'll be able to see that.
Story Musgrave is the most experienced member of the crew, having flown 4 times on the shuttle. He and astronaut Jeff Hoffman are scheduled for 3 spacewalks involving literally hundreds of tools. Here, he discusses their first spacewalking job on this servicing mission.
Initial setup day 1 gets all the tools out there, either in the airlock, on the MFR, which is the workstation that rides around on the RMS, on the arm, or in the toolbox. So we get the whole complement of tools out there for nominal ops that lets us do any job at any time. And that's part of this ability to meet surprises. But that's what Jeff and I do the very first part of day 1, is to deploy all those things and get those set up. The next thing we do is move on to the rate sensing units, the gyro packages. We're going to change out 2 of those, RSUs 2 and 3. We'll go and do that. I don't know how much details you want on what we do. We get them powered down, we go out and open the doors and bring up two new ones, take out 2 old ones, put the new ones on, and close up the doors. That's basically what we do there. The other thing we do on day 1 is to change out magnetometer 1. Now we'll do, I'll be doing solar array prep, and Jeff will be starting into magnetometer 1. We'll kind of do those in parallel, simultaneous. But solar array prep is that right now the timeline shows that KT and Tom could not get the solar arrays done. If you left them an isolated modular package, they would not get 2 solar arrays done in 1 day. And that is why we moved solar array prep into day 1. And that is just, I'm going to run all around the carrier and turn all the bolts I can. All the bolts I can, which will release the solar arrays from the carrier. So I'll get as many bolts undone as I can there, and connectors and things, loosen them up. We'll also hang out the PFR's portable foot restraints at the first work site, get some safety wire off the arrays that are on the telescope, go as far in the process of the solar array change out as we can.
Story, you have been instrumental in determining how to evaluate the complexity of the spacewalking tasks, in particular the change-out of the solar arrays. Don't some of these tasks involve delicate care?
Now, it's not complex, it's conceptually reasonable. The delicate work involves electrical connectors, Originally, you just put a power tool on those to connect them and turn the bolt. I did not like that because you couldn't feel if there was any kind of misthreading or misalignment. And so I came up with a way of using a hand tool, using a mushroom and a hand tool to start the connection so you could feel if there was any cross-threading, and the person down below have the eyeballs just looking at those connectors. A person up above, you bring a wrench down. Very slow, very easy, very low torque, and time to watch and time to feel those threads. The only really delicate task is on the solar arrays is making, I think, for every subtask, I've looked at the things which are the most delicate and require the most really critical care. And on the solar arrays, I think it is making the electrical connectors. But we've come up with a way which makes that very slow and very gentle and real tender love and care for those things. And I'm really convinced that that is going to work.
The STS-61 emblem depicts the astronaut symbol superimposed against the sky with the Earth underneath, along with two circles which represent the optical configuration of the Hubble Space Telescope. Light is focused by reflections from a large primary mirror and a smaller secondary mirror, and it's analyzed by various instruments and brings knowledge about planets, stars, galaxies, and other celestial objects. The STS-61 crew insignia also shows the Space Shuttle Endeavour. It's represented as the fundamental tool that allows us to perform the first servicing of the Hubble Space Telescope so that its scientific deep space mission may be extended for several years to come. The overall design of the emblem, with lines converging to a high point, is also a symbolic representation of the large-scale Earth-based effort which involves space agencies, industry, and universities to reach goals of knowledge and perfection. Back now with a live shot of the Space Shuttle Endeavour at pad 39B. The crew continues en route to the pad. They should be there momentarily. Pad 39B is the northernmost pad of NASA's two shuttle launch facilities. It's nearly identical to Pad 39A, which is located just about a mile to the south. Both pads A and B were modified for space shuttle operations following the Apollo and the Saturn V programs. As the crew are driven to the launch pad, which is located about a half mile from the coast and about 4 miles from the vehicle assembly building and the launch control center, over the next few minutes, engineers will be making final checks of the sound suppression water tank. Engineers will be verifying that the tank is topped off to its proper levels. Once at the pad, the crew will be taken up the elevator to the 195-foot level of the fixed service structure and be assisted by the closeout team into the orbiter's crew compartment. Earlier this morning, we had a concern with one of the elevators, one of the two elevators that are on the pad. We did send a red team out, and they reported back that the elevator has indeed been fixed and that we have two elevators up and running to support crew activities this morning. As the crew continues on their way to the pad, all continues to go well for launch of Endeavour later this morning at 4:27 a.m. from Kennedy Space Center's pad 39B. Just a few moments ago, we did depart our hold at T-minus 3 hours, and we're currently at T-minus 2 hours 55 minutes and counting. This is shuttle launch control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 2 hours, 45 minutes and counting. The flight crew have arrived at the pad and are now at the 195-foot level, making preparations to enter the shuttle Endeavour for our launch attempt today. Everything remains on schedule and on time for our liftoff at the opening of our window, which is at 4:27 a.m. Eastern Time. That window lasts until 5:38 and 36 seconds a.m. today. NASA Test Director Mike Leinbach has given approval for the crew to begin entry into the vehicle, and they will soon be entering the orbiter Endeavour to occupy their assigned positions. Commander Covey and pilot Bowersox will be the first to enter the orbiter, as is normally the custom for shuttle commanders and his pilot. Once in their forward seats on Endeavour's flight deck, they will perform a variety of communications checks and reconfigure the cockpit control switches as necessary for the final hours of today's countdown. The other crew members will enter the orbiter in turn, taking their assigned seats behind the commander and pilot on the flight deck and on the mid-deck. The crew for this mission arrived in Florida this past Saturday morning, and over the past several days they have been through the standard pre-launch activities, including flying the shuttle training aircraft, going over procedures that they'll need to know at the pad, and taking part in orbiter and payload status briefings. They have also been thoroughly briefed on today's weather situation, and in addition, early Sunday morning they made a final inspection of the various Hubble Space Telescope instruments in the orbiter's payload bay. The crew was awakened at about 9 p.m. last night to begin suit up and preparations to board the orbiter, and they departed their quarters for the pad at about 1 a.m. And again, they are now in the process of preparing to enter the space vehicle. Richard Covey is the commander of this mission, and he is the one that is just now preparing to enter the vehicle. He is from Fort Walton Beach, Florida, and is making his 4th space shuttle flight. Covey first flew as pilot on mission STS-61I back in 1985, and he has also flown on the return to flight mission STS-26 in September of 1988. His most recent shuttle flight was that as commander for mission STS-38.
No problem.
In total, over its past 3 missions, he has spent 385 hours in space.
.485 complete. OTC, OVCC, MS5 aboard. Copy. OVCC, OTC. OVCC, go ahead. Go to channel 132 for a minute, please. Stand. CGNC, OTC. Go ahead. Step 496, are we going to have to do that? That's firm. We'll do it by the clock. Okay. You got to go to pick up by the clock. Copy.
OTC CTLS on 212.
SOTC.
Yes, sir. Standby set switch to RF is complete. That's steps 431 through 441. And please circle KSCB is in Baker on step 436, fourth line down.
Copy.
OTC CTLS on 212.
Step 446, you got to
Yes.
go.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 2 hours, 37 minutes and counting. Piloting our flight today will be Ken Bowersox. He is now preparing to enter the vehicle, making last-minute adjustments to his suit and putting on his communications cap at this time. Bowersox was selected as an astronaut in 1987 and is making his second flight in space today. His only previous space shuttle flight came on mission STS-60 last year. On that flight, he spent over 331 hours on orbit. Bowersox is from Bedford, Indiana. He received a Bachelor of Science degree in Aerospace Engineering from the U.S. Naval Academy and a Master of Science degree in Mechanical Engineering from Columbia University.
OTC CDR, how do you read this morning? Good morning, Dick. Got you loud and clear. I have ground one. Got you same, George. Let's do it. Yes, I'm ready. OTC, OVCC, PLT aboard. Copy. NTD, CDR, how do you read? CDR is NTD on air ground one. Got you loud and clear, Dick, on me. Good morning, Mike, loud and clear. Good morning, I hope today's the day. Everything looks good today. We're feeling good down here. Yeah, we're sure ready. You bet. Houston, Endeavor, CDR, how do you read?
CDR Houston, loud and clear. Good morning, Covey.
Morning, Taco. .492 complete.
This is Shuttle Launch Control. At T-minus 2 hours, 31 minutes and counting. We at this time have both the commander and the pilot on board the vehicle. They're making their preliminary communications checks with both launch controllers here at the Kennedy Space Center and flight controllers at the Johnson Space Center. Jeffrey Hoffman is mission specialist number 3, and he is preparing now to enter the vehicle, putting on his communications cap. He has flown 3 times on this space shuttle and collected over 575 hours in space. He has a doctorate in astrophysics from Harvard, and he first flew on mission STS-61D in April of 1985. On that mission, he performed a spacewalk in an attempt to rescue a malfunctioning satellite. He has also flown on missions STS-35 and STS-46. Hoffman was born in Brooklyn, New York, but considers Scarsdale, New York to be his hometown. He earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in astronomy from Amherst College and a Doctor of Philosophy degree in astrophysics from Harvard.
OTC, OVCC, MS3 aboard. Copy.
Everything continues on schedule this morning for our launch. The opening of our window at 4:27 a.m. Just recently had a report from our tile sites, and all 3 tile sites are reported to be up and prepared to support our launch attempt this morning. They're reporting no concerns that would preclude any of them being offline. At this point, Kathy Thornton, mission specialist number 1, is being prepared to enter the vehicle. She will be teamed with Tom Akers during the spacewalks. She is from Montgomery, Alabama, and she will be making her 3rd flight into space today. Previously, she flew on mission STS-33 and most recently on mission STS-49, which was Endeavor's first flight, launched in May of last year. She has spent over 333 hours in space, including the spacewalking activities to evaluate space station assembly techniques.
CCSC.
Go ahead.
Step 505, we're ready for the post-ingress switch reconfig.
Copy. Ask OTC.
OTC ask, go ahead. OTC, PLT, good morning. George?
Good morning, Sox. Got you loud and clear on air ground 1.
And I got you the same.
OTC, CCSC.
Go ahead.
496 to 498 are complete.
Copy.
NTD, PLT, com check.
PLT is NTD on air to ground 1. Got you loud and clear, Sox, on me.
Got you loud and clear, Mike. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome aboard.
Thanks. Taco, PLT, com check.
PLT, this is Houston. I hear you loud and clear. Good morning, Sox.
Got you the same, Taco.
.499 complete. DPS, OTC.
CPS.
500. Perform PMT and MT adjust.
I copy. I'll need a CMTC on 152, please.
Same QC.
Copy.
.500 is complete.
OTC, CTLS on 212.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. We've completed implementation of SAP 92. That's steps 446 through 453.
Copy.
OTC ask.
Go ahead, Ed.
Post ingress switch reconfig is complete. We're going to do the caution warning master alarm. It's going to be tripped and the icon volume will be adjusted.
All right, copy. ISL.
Go ahead.
Step 514, caution warning, volume adjustment work.
Copy.
.513, 514, complete.
Chief on the aft. The caution warning volume adjust is complete.
OTC copies. 5810. OTC, OVCC, MS4 on board. Copy.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 2 hours, 17 minutes and counting. Everything continues on schedule today for our launch of STS-61 and the mission to service the Hubble Space Telescope. Launch remains on time at 4:27 a.m. with the window extending to 5:38 and 36 seconds a.m. this morning.
OTC, CMPS.
Kathy Thornton, Mission Specialist number 1, has just entered the vehicle.
Step 454 through 458.
Copy. HTD, OTC.
OTC, this HTD.
Resume normal monitoring.
Copy.
458, 459 complete.
Again, everything continues on schedule. We are working no technical issues at this time that would preclude a launch on time at 4:27 a.m. Continuing with the ingress of our 7 astronauts into the Shuttle Endeavour. 4 of the 7 are in their seats at this time, and the remaining 3 are being prepared for entry in the next several minutes.
OTC DPS.
Go ahead.
CMT and MET adjust is complete, and we're ready for IMU platform positioning, step 557.
Copy. CGNC, OTC.
CNC copies, and we'll pick up with 558 per the clock.
Copy.
Members of the closeout crew are shown in the video monitors wearing the white coveralls, and the astronauts, of course, are dressed in their orange flight suits. The closeout crew consists of both NASA and contractor personnel. Their job is to assist the astronauts with connecting the emergency oxygen lines that can be pumped directly into the suits. Closeout crew members will assist the prime flight crew for this mission as they enter the Shuttle Endeavour through the round crew hatch. Currently being assisted with his suit is Mission Specialist Story Musgrave. He will serve as payload commander and as Mission Specialist number 4 on this flight, and he is scheduled to make 3 spacewalks to service the Hubble Space Telescope. Musgrave is the most experienced member of the crew, having spent 600 hours in space on 4 previous flights. His launch today, the 5th of his career, will set a record for the number of times a person has flown aboard the space shuttle.
573, 574, number form. OTC, OVCC, MS4 board. Copy. CGSS, what they say? This is CGSS. Step 565, perform OAA, accumulator force charge. Copy, that's in work. CGLS, what they say?
GLS, go.
559, perform GLS initialization for sequence 62, pick up by the clock.
Yes, sir. We'll be back with you momentarily.
Copy.
OTC, CDSC 212.
Go ahead.
Step 574, biomed data will be not performed.
Copy. OTC, CGSS. Go ahead. Yeah, 566 and 67 are complete. Thank you.
Currently being prepared for entry into the vehicle is Mission Specialist number 2, Claude Nicollier. He is from Switzerland, and under an agreement with the European Space Agency and NASA, he was selected as an astronaut to fly on this mission. This will be his second flight. His first flight came on mission STS-61 last year. Claude's specific functions on this flight will be to operate the remote or robotic arm as the spacewalking astronauts are performing their change-out operations and installing the new instruments on board the Hubble Space Telescope. He will also be responsible for grappling the telescope shortly into the mission and then berthing it into the payload bay so that the servicing aspects of the mission can take place.
QC, go ahead.
Yeah, step 579, load new tapes for range safety. And I need a T number.
Pack 1390.
Copy.
OTC, MS1, how do you read?
Good morning, Kathy. Got you loud and clear on air to ground 1.
Morning, George. NTD, MS1, how do you read?
KT, I got you loud and clear. How many?
Loud and clear, Mike. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome aboard.
Thanks. Wahoo wah.
Wahoo wah.
Part 2B. Houston, MS1, how do you read?
MS1 Houston, loud and clear, KT, how many?
Loud and clear, Taco.
OTC, MQC. Go ahead. Line item 217, sir, is confirmed. Strange list. Copy.
OTC, CTLS on 212.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Step dual interrupt notification will be activated momentarily. Steps 561, 562 complete, and we need a CMQC on channel 162.
Copy, CMQC.
Copy 162.
CGNC, OTC. Go ahead. 579 and 580. Pick up by the clock.
Copy. OTC, OBCC, MS2 aboard.
Copy.
NASA Test Director Mike Leinbach reports that all of the crew are now on board. The 7 members of this highly trained astronaut crew from mission STS-61 are situated in their seats on the flight deck and on the mid-deck. And the closeout crew are in the process now of making sure they're strapped in.
Systems on 212. Verify systems ready for crew module closeout. 592. Ask OTC.
Just ask, go ahead.
Close out crew module for flight for your checklist.
That's in work.
593.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 2 hours and counting. Command and control of the ship will be the primary mission tasks of the commander and pilot. They are currently seated with the rest of their crew in the vehicle and are in the process of preparing to perform communications checks while garnishing association with the switches and controls around them on the flight deck. A lot of the crew's training in Houston has been spent in a simulator which exactly duplicates the cramped quarters of the orbiter's flight deck. They are very familiar with every switch and control on the flight deck and now are double checking to make sure that everything is properly configured and set for launch this morning. All is continuing to proceed smoothly here in the Launch Control Center in Firing Room 3. External tank propellant checks have been made and are reported at the proper levels. The super cold fuels are constantly being replenished due to normal warm-up and boil-off, and stable replenish remains in effect until about 40 minutes before launch. Currently we are at T-minus 2 hours and counting, and NASA's 2 solid rocket booster recovery ships are reporting on station. They have been at sea about 140 miles offshore in the Atlantic Ocean since the day before yesterday. The Freedom Star and the Liberty Star ships are now performing an electrical search of the impact area to ensure the area is clear of all non-authorized vessels. A similar check is in the process of being conducted by the Coast Guard. At T-minus 30 minutes before launch, the 2 solid rocket booster recovery ships will be located about 7 miles from the predicted impact points of the solid rocket boosters. The boosters are jettisoned about 2 minutes after liftoff, and it takes them about 7 minutes to parachute to the surface of the ocean. The solid rocket booster recovery operations take about 5 hours once the recovery ships reach the boosters. At this time, the ground launch sequencer computer program is being started in the integrations console here in the firing room. Engineers in the firing room will also begin to set up the specific tables in the launch processing system that the ground launch sequencer will use in its guideline for allowing the launch countdown to continue. Also at this point in the count, the huge external doors on the vehicle assembly building have been reported closed and secured. And all personnel, except for those few who are still needed at the pad this morning to assist with the white room closeout operations, have been sent back to the fallback area as launch operations for Endeavour's flight today continues. Everything continues on schedule for launch this morning. The window for today's launch opens at 4:27 a.m. and lasts for about 71 minutes. At T-minus 1 hour 57 minutes and counting, this is shuttle launch control.
CMS2, good morning. How do you read? Good morning, Claude. I got you loud and clear on it. Air to ground 1. Loud and clear to George. MS2, good morning. How do you read? MS2, I got you loud and clear, Claude. How many? Loud and clear, 2, Mike. Houston, MS2, good morning. How do you read?
MS2, Houston, loud and clear. Good morning, Claude.
Loud and clear, 2, Taco. OTC, MS3, how do you read? Good morning, Jeff. Got you loud and clear on here, ground 1. I have you loud and clear. Good morning, George. MTD, MS3, how do you read? MS3 is NTD on air to ground 1. I got you loud and clear, Jeff. How many? Loud and clear, Mike. Good morning. Good morning. MS3, how do you read?
MS3 Houston, loud and clear. Good morning, Jeff.
Morning, Taco. Let's do it today.
MS4.
Good morning, Story. Get you loud and clear on him. Air to ground 1.
Morning, George. NTD MS4.
MS4, I got you loud and clear, Story. How many?
Hey, Mike.
Morning.
Houston, MS4.
MS4 Houston, loud and clear. Good morning, Story.
Morning, Taco. OTC, MS5, how do you read?
Good morning, Tom. Got you loud and clear on air to ground 1.
Same here, George. Good morning. NTD, MS5.
MS5, I got you loud and clear on air to ground 1. Tom, how many?
You're loud and clear, Mike. Good morning.
Good morning. Hope we can put you all to work in a couple hours.
Yeah, likewise. Houston, MS5, how do you read?
MS5 Houston, loud and clear. Good morning, Tom. How you doing?
Taco, doing great.
CDR OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Yeah, verify each member of the flight crew is ready to proceed with astrocom checks.
OTC, CDR crew is ready for astrocom checks.
Copy. Step 595. Any conversation on OIS channel 212 during astrocom checks will be heard by the crew. channel should remain silent at all, except for emergency calls. 595, 596. Endeavor OTC, during astrocom checks, adjust appropriate volume control for comfort. Do not change audio panel switch configuration. Endeavor OTC.
Roger, OTC.
Copy. Endeavor OTC, com check on air to ground 1. How do you copy?
OTC, CDR, loud and clear. CLT.
MS1.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Good, com check. Endeavor OTC, com check on air to ground 2. How do you copy?
OTC, CDR, loud and clear. CLT.
MS1.
2, 3, 4, 5. OTC, CDR, loud and clear. CLT.
MS1.
2. OTC, CDR, loud and clear. CLT.
MS1.
2.
Endeavor OTC, com check on UHF. How do you copy?
OTC, CDR, loud and clear. CLT.
MS1.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Good, com check. Going back to air to ground 1.
Endeavor Houston, CDR and PLT configure for air to ground 1 com checks. Let me know when you're configured.
Roger. Houston, Endeavor on air to ground 1.
Endeavor Houston, I hear you loud and clear. How me?
PLT's got you loud and clear. CDR's loud and clear.
Roger, Houston, read you loud and clear. Configure for air to ground 2 and let me know when you're configured.
Roger. Houston, Endeavor is configured for simul voice checks.
Endeavor Houston, simul voice check. How do you read?
Houston, CDR, loud and clear. CLT.
MS1.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Endeavor Houston, we read you loud and clear. This completes the air-to-ground voice checks.
All personnel, SOCOM voice checks complete on OIS channel 212. Is available for normal use. (618).
OTC CTLS on 212.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. TLS initialization is complete. That's step 662.
Copy. Ask OTC.
OTC, ask all non-flight items are removed, and I'm ready to terminate comm between the ask and the LCC.
Okay, copy. Egress the crew module and verify ready for hatch closure.
Okay.
(594) complete. (627) complete. OVCC, OTC.
Go ahead.
Anyone has his eyes closed and latch the hatch for flight.
We'll put that in work, Mo timer.
Copy, 649. CMQC, OTC.
Go ahead, sir.
Gonna need somebody on 143 with ECL.
Copy.
ECL, you copy?
Yes, sir.
OTC, OVCC.
Go ahead, OVCC.
Just want to re-verify.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 1 hour, 26 minutes and counting. Everything continues to go well this morning as the launch team works to finalize all aspects of preparation for the launch of Space Shuttle Endeavour today at 4:27 a.m. Eastern Time.
Okay, so the only thing we have is the 3 items on page 25. That's affirmative. Okay, thank you. TVD, OTC.
TVD go.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and configure vent doors for our contingency procedure.
Copy and work.
That'll be step 183.
At this time of the count, the booster test conductor is verifying that the chamber pressures in the solid rocket motors is at appropriate levels. These transducers or sensors measure the pressure in the thrust chamber at the nozzle of each booster. And this information is used to tell the onboard computers when to separate the solid rocket boosters from the external tank in flight. Also, air-to-ground voice checks have been completed between the crew and the mission managers here in firing room, and crew cabin closeouts are about to be wrapped up soon. The weather situation for our launch today continues to look more favorable than it has in the past couple of days. We're still showing a probability of launch weather criteria violation at 40%. Currently all the observed conditions are green. However, the forecast probability of violation shows that we expect possibly to have a low ceiling below 8,000 feet in the area at the opening of the window. Right now the forecast is indicating that the ceiling should be scattered to broken at about 4,000 feet at the opening of our window. We have also been looking at the cloud coverage, which is to the northeast of us, about 40 miles out, anticipating the direction of that flow could possibly come in and affect us. Also, we've over the past couple of hours, we've watched some rain to the east-southeast of us dissipate quietly and quickly. So to a lesser degree, we still are looking at a small chance of scattered showers from that area. For the most part, the crosswinds at the shuttle landing facility, which gave us such fits yesterday, are well below the 15 knot limit at this time. In fact, they've only been around the 9 to 10 to 11 knot area, so that should not be a problem. And we don't forecast any particular problem with the crosswinds at the landing facility at the opening of the window.
Roger, vent ISOL is open and vent is check closed.
I copy. ECL?
I can verify 658.
Okay, and ECL, go ahead and perform 659 for the cabin pressurization and initial cabin leak check.
Copy.
Again, all continues to go well technically with the vehicle at the pad. Mission managers and engineers in firing room 3 of the Launch Control Center are sitting quietly by their monitors, working no technical problems at this time.
And CMQC OTC?
Technically, it's been a flawless count, both today and yesterday. Again, the only concerns we have had on either day are for the weather. We will continue to monitor our weather situation as we move towards our window, which opens at 4:27 a.m. this morning. The window does last 71 minutes, so any problem at the beginning of the window, of course, could have adequate time to pass or dissipate. And we could, of course, go anytime during that window today. Astronaut Hugh Gibson is using the shuttle landing facility as his staging point for the weather reconnaissance flights and the shuttle training aircraft. He will be reporting back to mission managers any concerns that he notices during his reconnaissance flights. Right now, everything in the count is proceeding as planned. Launch of Endeavour is expected to occur at about 4:27 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, coming up in about an hour and a half.
CGMC OTC. Go ahead. Do you know about step 661 yet? As far as if you're going to need that or not? No, we'll know in about 12 minutes. Okay, copy.
OTC.
All continues to go on schedule.
Can I get a panel O1?
Again, there are no issues or major concerns being worked at this point that would preclude an on-time liftoff of NASA's 7th and last space shuttle mission of the year.
O1 is 15.1.
At T-minus 1 hour, 20 minutes and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control.
CCSC OTC 212. CCSC and RCRT OTC 212.
RCRT was on to 232.
Okay, need your support on channel 232 for S-band to high power. CMQC, that was 675.
OTC, CMTS 212.
Go ahead, MTS.
Did someone call?
Negative.
Thank you.
OTC, we got the master alarm for the cabin atmosphere and have turned it off.
All right, copy, and go ahead and reset. And DCL OTC 212.
DCL copies.
And CMQC OTC. Right, sir. Were you able to give me a verification at 655? Not yet, sir. Checking with the orbiter. CVFS, OTC 212. CCME, OTC 212.
CCME, go.
We're ready for step 689. Perform the RF STEP source verification on channel 128.
CCME going to 128.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 1 hour, 9 minutes and counting. The closeout crew leader is preparing to finalize operations to close Endeavour's hatch.
And it's been reset.
Copy.
Once the hatch is closed and sealed for flight, the astronauts will be directed to start standard crew cabin leak checks to verify that the seal is tight. And once sealed, the commander will oversee the pressurizations of the cabin to flight pressures. Also at this time, the Eastern Test Range safety hold fire checks have begun. This is a test designed to verify the ability of the range safety officer to stop the countdown during the final seconds prior to launch, if an emergency should arise. Again, the only issue that we're looking at is not technical in nature, but it has to do with Mother Nature. Looking at a set of clouds that are to the northeast of us, about 40 miles out. Air Force forecasters are indicating that they are far enough away to where they may not be a problem at the opening of our window. However, we still are maintaining a 40% probability of launch weather criteria violation at the opening of the window at 4:27 a.m.
OTC, CCME back. Copy.
All the TAL sites have reported back that they are prepared to support launch this morning. The prime site, Banjul, is reporting to be clear and with 5 miles of visibility with some haze, but that should not be a problem. All systems are beginning their final checks and will be monitored constantly throughout the remainder of the terminal count this morning. Mission managers and engineers in firing room 3 are quietly monitoring their systems with, again, no technical issues being addressed. At this point in the count, everything continues to look good. We maintain on track and we're maintaining our schedule. Launch of Endeavour remains on time to occur at 4:27 a.m. from Kennedy Space Center's Pad 39B. At T-minus 1 hour, 6 minutes and counting, this is Space Shuttle Launch Control.
CTNC, OTC. Go ahead. Can you go to 232 for a minute? That's firm.
OTC, ECL.
Go ahead, ACL.
You can go ahead and notify Pad to continue the side hatch closeout per op support setup 20.
Copy, OVCC. OVCC, OTC.
So VCC, go ahead.
Yeah, ACL says you can continue with your closeout.
Yeah, we're putting that in work.
Copy.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 1 hour, 3 minutes and counting. Astronaut Hugh Gibson will be flying in the shuttle training aircraft at the Shuttle landing facility during the final minutes of the count today. Live shot of his aircraft taxiing, preparing for takeoff at the SLF is occurring right now. Hugh Gibson will be checking the weather conditions at the KSC area and reporting back to the launch team any concerns that he sees with weather in the vicinity of the runway. His primary concern will focus on the visibility and cloud coverage. He also will assist in determining if there is any rain within 20 miles of the landing facility. These conditions must be determined prior to launch and projected for up to 30 minutes after liftoff in the unlikely event the shuttle is unable to reach orbit and it's forced to return back to the Space Center and land.
Picture. Step 655, has that been verified? No, sir, we're trying to get the orbiter and the national quality vehicle verified, sir. Okay.
Everything continues to go well and as planned with today's countdown for the launch of Endeavour on Space Shuttle mission STS-61 and the first mission to service the Hubble Space Telescope. At this time, all 7 crew members have been boarded into the Shuttle Endeavour and they are in their assigned seats. The closeout crew are preparing to secure the White Room. This follows the communications checks that were performed and the standard cabin pre-flight checks that indicate nothing was out of the ordinary. The pre-flight alignment of the inertial measurement units will begin shortly. This IMU alignment is scheduled to be completed during the T-minus 20-minute hold. Today's launch represents the 5th flight of the Shuttle Endeavour and the 59th shuttle flight overall in NASA's Space Shuttle program. Endeavour will be placed into a 356-mile-high orbit, equaling that of the Hubble Space Telescope, and at an inclination of 28 degrees. Endeavour's mission is targeted to last 11 days with a scheduled nighttime landing back here at the Kennedy Space Center on December the 13th. At this time, we will be playing a tape depicting the events at KSC that led up to today's launch attempt of Endeavour and the Hubble Space Telescope servicing mission. The various instruments required to service the Hubble Space Telescope arrived at KSC earlier this year and were serviced for flight at a number of different facilities at KSC. The Corrective Optics Space Telescope Axial Replacement, or COSTAR, was processed at Kennedy Space Center and given its final approval for flight at the Payload Hazardous Servicing Facility in KSC's industrial area.
OTC, CQC. Go ahead.
Also, the Wide Field Planetary Camera, or WIFPIC-2, was checked out by technicians at KSC. Detailed checks and measurements were made on this replacement camera that astronauts will install into the Hubble Space Telescope. Using a specially designed holding fixture, an astronaut will gently guide the WIFPIC and its built-in corrective optics into the telescope on flight day 6 during the 3rd EVA. The COSTAR is about the size of a telephone booth. The tiny corrective optics consist of 10 coin-sized mirrors that will be inserted behind the flawed primary mirror on the Hubble Space Telescope. Once the crew has installed COSTAR into the orbiting telescope, the corrective optics will be deployed on several small robotic arms with the mirrors attached to their ends.
ECL, OTC. Go ahead. Step 736. How much?
All of the HST instruments were processed at the Payload Hazardous Servicing Facility and installed into the payload transport canister for delivery to the pad. The solar array carrier was prepared for flight at KSC as well. The new replacement solar arrays were stored in the carrier prior to launch, and they will be removed by the spacewalking astronauts on the second EVA.
That's verifying.
The replacement of the solar arrays on the Hubble Space Telescope will be one of the first tasks performed by the astronauts. This work will be completed on the second EVA by astronauts Kathy Thornton and Tom Akers. The solar arrays provide power to the telescope and are mounted like wings on opposite sides of the telescope. Each array stands on a 4-foot mast. The retractable solar panels measure 40 feet long and 8 feet wide when extended.
OVCC, OTC. It's OVCC, go ahead. Form clearing or close out.
The solar arrays are shown in this video. They're rolled up,
doors closed,
and they will again replace the arrays that are on the orbiting telescope at this time.
Good job, Carl.
The shuttle Endeavour was rolled to the vehicle assembly building on October 21st, where it was mated to the large external tank and the twin solid rocket boosters. The entire shuttle was then rolled out to pad 39A on October 28th. Soon thereafter, a storm loosened some grit into pad A's clean payload changeout room, causing the removal of the HST instruments from the pad for additional cleanliness checks. And later the decision was made to move Endeavour to launch pad 39B, where the payload changeout room there was certified ready to support launch. On November 15th, the unusual pad transfer was conducted without impacting the targeted launch date. The transfer from pad A to pad B took about 6 hours to complete, as the crawler transporter averages less than a mile per hour when moving the space shuttle. This past Sunday, final checks were made of the HST payloads inside the orbiter's payload bay, and the payload bay doors were closed for flight. Since Endeavour's arrival at pad B, work crews have hooked up and validated various ground-to-vehicle connections and made all of the electrical and mechanical checks necessary to ensure the vehicle is ready for flight today.
Step 736 this time.
Copy.
Mission STS-61 will be Endeavour's fifth flight. Endeavour's most recent flight was that of STS-57, launched in June of this year. After Endeavour was returned to the orbiter processing facility following that mission, work began to prepare the shuttle for this historic flight to revisit and service the Hubble Space Telescope. Work crews at Kennedy Space Center have maintained the vehicle on its projected schedule throughout the unprecedented work required on the various Hubble instruments and during the unprecedented transfer of the shuttle from pad A to pad B.
(736) and 7 complete. CDR OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Before cabin vent redundancy configuration.
Roger, that's in work.
Though it is necessary to revisit the Hubble Space Telescope and make some replacements of some of the instruments on board, the telescope in the first 3 years of its observation history has had significant made scientific discoveries and conducted many observations. Among these were long-term observations of the global weather changes on Mars. The Hubble followed the development of a rare storm on Saturn. It also monitored long-term weather changes on Jupiter. It also measured the size of the atmosphere of the Jovian moon Io and looked for surface changes. And the Hubble Space Telescope also provided the most detailed look yet at the comet hurtling towards a July 1994 collision with the planet Jupiter. Over the past 3 years, Hubble has also uncovered the strongest evidence yet that many stars form planetary systems by discovering disks of dust around 15 newly formed stars in the Orion Nebula, a star birth region 1,500 light years away. The Hubble images confirmed that more than 2 centuries of speculation, conjecture, and theory about the genesis of that solar system. Hubble also detected the optical light from an unusual double star that is a source of violent bursts of X-rays. Hubble's high resolution and ultraviolet sensitivity clearly distinguished the star from others crammed together in the dense core of the globular cluster, which is located 30,000 light years away. The Hubble Space Telescope has also revealed that many ancient spiral galaxies have since disappeared, possibly through mergers and collisions or fading. The Hubble images provide the first unambiguous evidence for galactic evolution and the influence of environment on a galaxy's form. Hubble also provided the first direct view of an immense ring of dust that fuels a massive black hole at the heart of a giant elliptical galaxy. Even more surprising was the discovery of a secondary ring or dust lane orbiting the M51 black hole. And in addition to all this, in one exposure, Hubble discovered a small group of previously unknown interacting galaxies estimated to be 3 billion light years away. Some key Hubble scientific goals following this servicing mission will include Hubble will determine precisely the expansion rate of the universe by measuring the light curve of variable stars in galaxies out to a distance of 50 million light years. The Hubble Space Telescope will look for the gravitational signature of massive black holes in the cores of normal and active galaxies. And Hubble will be able to determine the shapes of galaxies that are very distant.
This time, and on 7:55, we'll record DPDT of negative 0.00.
Also, Hubble will be able to measure precisely the ages of globular clusters by observing the faintest stars in the clusters.
Copy.
These clusters are considered the oldest objects in the universe, and their ages provide insights into how stars evolve and also provide an independent estimate of the age of the universe. Everything continues to go well with our countdown this morning. No technical issues are being addressed at this time.
Go ahead. Okay, we're getting ready to vent the cabin. I got a note to read. Klaxon and master alarm may occur in the next step due to high cabin decay rate. Reset master alarm.
At T-minus 49 minutes and counting, this is shuttle launch control.
Roger. Step 757, open cabin vent isolation valve. Roger. And OTC CDR cabin vent ISO valve is open, and we got the Klaxon. Copy. ACL?
Yeah, I can verify 759.
$760, $761 complete. ECL 762.
ECL copy.
CDR OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Perform pass BFS transfer preps.
Roger, that's in work. OTC, CDR, pass, DFS transfer preps complete.
Copy. 76, 78, 766, 7, 8, 9, and 70 all complete.
DPS.
Go ahead, DPS.
DPS launch countdown sequence activation is complete. Steps 746 through 750.
Thank you.
OTC CGLS on 212.
Copy. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. GLS mainline activation is complete. That's step 729 through 735, and I have a fill-in on 732 when you're ready to copy.
Same QC, you ready? Good here. Okay, go ahead, GLS.
Okay, on step 732, the IMU hold available timer activation should be bypassed. That's the 5th entry down.
Copy.
And that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
OTC, ECL.
Go ahead, ACL.
Yeah, the cabin vent's complete. We're ready for the cabin pressure reading.
Okay. Step.
886.
Copy, 806. CDR OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
On panel 01A1, report cabin pressure.
Roger, cabin pressure is 15.3.
Copy, ECL.
And ours is 14.85.
Copy. Performing the D. CDR OTC, panel C2.
Roger on C2.
Left CRT select switch 3.
That's complete.
CRT 3, major function switch, SM.
That's complete.
Left keyboard BFS, system sum.
That's complete.
CRT 3, BSF, SM system, sum 1.
Roger, it's up and cabin press is 14.8.
Copy. Left keyboard BFS, resume.
That's complete.
Panel C2, CRT 3, major function switch, TNC.
And that's complete.
Left CRT select switch 1.
That's complete.
CRT 3, BSF, memory.
And that's confirmed. BFS memory display is up.
Copy. CDR, closed cabin vent valves.
Roger, closed vent valves, procedure in work.
Copy.
OTC CDR, closed vent valves is complete.
Copy. 8, 12, 13, and 14. CDR OTC.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 39 minutes and counting in our launch countdown today. Just a few moments ago, NASA Test Director Mike Lombach was informed that the Eastern Test Range completed its command tests and a Shuttle Range Safety Systems closed-loop test was performed. Also, Commander Covey has performed the scheduled cabin vent test. We just received word from flight operations at Johnson Space Center that we will not be needing to adjust our T0 time, that the T0 time will indeed remain at 4:27 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. The ground launch sequencer mainline computer program has been activated and it is now processing all pertinent data.
LPS, copy. LPS, copy.
Here in the Launch Control Center, Firing Room 3, and at the launch pad, the launch team continues to perform the series of well-planned and charted-out procedures, each of which is necessary for our successful launch today at 4:27 a.m. The White Room closeout operations have been concluded and the final crew module pressurizations and leak checks have been performed. The closeout team has been dispatched from the White Room and they are now back at the roadblock. Also, the launch team is pressurizing the gaseous nitrogen tanks in the orbital maneuvering system.
Complete.
All in all, everything remains on schedule here at the Kennedy Space Center as we continue to count down toward a liftoff at 4:27 a.m. We are continuing to monitor the cloud coverage situation. Clouds that are currently to the northeast of us are slowly moving in our vicinity. There is hope, however, that we will reach our
We'd like to go a little closer to the time.
T0 time well in advance of the cloud coverage that is rolling in. At T-minus 37 minutes and counting, this is Shuttle Launch Control.
TVD, what do you say? TVD, go. Step 820, reposition your vent doors. Copy.
OTC, CLC.
Go ahead.
PNC scars, printer plotter setups complete. That's step 786.
Copy. OTC, TVD. Go ahead.
Steps 820 through 822 are complete. All vent doors are in normal purge.
Copy.
And 995 through 997 are not performed. 998 is complete. Payload bay purge set for launch.
Copy.
Go ahead. All over systems, step 841, verify your software meets launch commit. Report only if any discrepancies.
TLS, LTC.
Let's go.
Yeah, step 862 or 863, which is going to be performed?
Stand by. .863 is to perform.
Copy. 862 not performed.
Yes, sir.
Endeavor, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Good morning again, Covey. I've got the KSC altimeter update on page 1-8. That's 30.26. And I've got the max rate numbers for your page 8-5 when you're ready.
And we're ready on 8-5, there, Taco.
Roger. The roll number is 1.9 degrees per second at 68 seconds. Pitch is 1.1 degrees per second at 80 seconds. Yaw is less than 1 degree per second. And there is neither lofted nor depressed trajectory today. And some notes on your ohms 2 burn. For the beginning of the window, HT will be 218.6, and also for the beginning of the window, the phase angle is 86.3 degrees. Ohms 2 today will target for a day 2 rendezvous, which of course will adjust later. And one final note, right now we have a go and forecast, go observed and go forecast for RTLS and TAL.
Okay, Houston, we copy the numbers, copy HT 218.6, and copy the weather's looking good. Thanks.
Cardi predict. Okay, can give you steps 792 through 794. Copy. .98 complete.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 28 minutes and counting. At this time, the post-launch inspections and safing teams have been assembled at the A11 roadblock, which is located southeast of the vehicle assembly building and about 4 miles from the shuttle Endeavor at pad 39B. The pre-flight checks of the orbiter's master events controller has been complete. This is the software package that relays commands from the orbiter's computers to fire explosive charges that are connected to the solid rocket booster hold-down bolts at launch time. It also controls the separations of the solid rocket boosters from the external tank during ascent. Orbiter test conductor George Gross just recently speaking with the crew, indicating that we have a forecast and observed go for both TOW weather and for RTLS weather, which is simply limited at this time to the crosswinds at the shuttle landing facility. We are maintaining a look at the cloud cover that may be coming in, but again, at this point, things are looking more optimistic than they really have all morning. Everything continues to run as scheduled for today's launch of the Space Shuttle Endeavour. The next milestone in the count will be the standard built-in hold at the T-minus 20-minute mark. This hold will last for 10 minutes, and it is the first of 2 remaining built-in holds, the second occurring at T-minus 9 minutes. No technical issues are being worked.
Time check for the entire crew.
At T-minus 26 minutes on counting, this is shuttle launch control.
Loud and clear. Take.
And this one.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Endeavour Houston, we got you loud and clear. Really looking forward to a good launch this morning.
Yeah, we're off for that.
ATC CTLS on 212.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. GLS limit change and dual notification for BRS TRS complete. That's step 795.
Copy. All personnel at countdown clock will hold at T-minus 20 minutes and approximately 5 minutes.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 22 minutes and counting. Our operational forecast for the opening of our launch window today at 4:27 a.m. Is now showing that there is very little chance of weather prohibiting launch this morning. We expect that not only are the observed conditions going to be favorable as they are, but the forecast conditions will be favorable as well. Launch Director Bob Seek is preparing to have a final weather briefing in the next 5 minutes or so. And these issues will be discussed in detail.
Sequence 797, non-essential personnel are clear of the LDA and CCS.
Copy.
At this time, the Director of Payload Management and Operations at the Kennedy Space Center, John Conway, is in the process of polling the principal payload managers. It is expected that they will all report in, ready to support launch this morning. The 7 astronauts who will fly today are on board the Orbiter Endeavour and preparing for the final phases of the launch countdown this morning. And the astronauts are also reporting back to the launch team that all is well and they are ready to fly. We're just a few seconds from entering the first of our 2 built-in holds remaining in the count. And we are at T-minus 20 minutes and holding.
20 minutes and holding.
During this period, NASA Test Director Mike Lombike will ask members of the test team to verify that the correct computer software has been loaded into the computers.
QRPS, go ahead. Step 839, change MTU test set to delay 0. We can verify that.
The Landing and Recovery Director will soon ask if the shuttle landing site is ready and configured for launch, and also a readiness check of the transatlantic contingency sites will be made.
OTC, TBC.
At this time, NASA Select Television will stand by to switch to the Johnson Space Center for a brief statement on mission and flight operations from Mission Control.
PTE can verify. LPS can verify. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston here in the flight control room. Members of the Ascent team of flight controllers have been monitoring the operations of shuttle launch control for about the past 5 hours as they've prepared Endeavour for this morning's liftoff. The Ascent team of flight controllers in Mission Control is under the leadership of Ascent Flight Director Rich Jackson. Also, flight controllers have been monitoring the weather at various emergency landing sites the shuttle could use in the event of an engine failure during its ascent to orbit. Those emergency landing sites include the shuttle landing facility at the Kennedy Space Center, which at present has a go forecast and acceptable conditions for launch, as well as current conditions which are also observed go. In addition, in the event of a problem later during the ascent, an emergency landing could be performed at 3 transatlantic sites. The primary transatlantic abort site for Endeavour's ascent is Banjul, the Gambia in Africa, and the weather at that site is also acceptable with no problems seen in the forecast or current conditions. Other secondary transatlantic landing sites are Ben Guerir, Morocco, and Morón, Spain, which also have acceptable weather. In addition, flight controllers have seen no mechanical problems with Endeavour. It's in good shape, as they'll continue to monitor the final few minutes of the countdown and keep an eye on weather. Again, however, there are no issues at present with the weather forecast at any of the emergency landing sites for Endeavour. At T-minus 20 minutes and holding, this is Mission Control, Houston.
All systems. After transition to Ops 101, discontinue all LB PMU reads for remainder of count. 904.
We're back now at the Kennedy Space Center Shuttle Launch Control. Everything here remains steady and on course for launch of the Space Shuttle Endeavour on an 11-day flight. There are no concerns with the vehicle, and the weather forecast remains very favorable.
You have a pending reserve time of...
We have about 7 minutes remaining in our built-in hold at this time. At T-minus 20 minutes in holding, this is shuttle launch control.
Yeah, 153, we need somebody. Copy. JRPS NCD, verify decoms on RF source.
Endeavor Houston.
Roger, Houston, go ahead.
Roger, Covey. FIDO has done a new evaluation based on the latest balloon data. And once again, we'd like you to change the KSC runway 15 selection to close aim point. And with that, the speed brake shedding should be 19% and touchdown should be at 2600 feet.
Roger, copy, close aim point, runway 15, thanks.
You bet.
SCP, OTC. SCP, go. Step 907, perform fuel cell purge. Port completion, pick up by the clock. Copy.
NTD launch director.
NTD.
Now's a good time for flight. We'll have the weather briefing on 231.
And flight copies on 212, and we'll meet you on 231.
Copy, thank you, flight. And all personnel of the NTD on 212 and 232 conducting a T-minus 20-minute briefing. The launch window this morning opens at 9:27 GMT and closes at 10:38, 36 seconds GMT. The second launch attempt is not possible for recycle occurs. There are no COLAs for this morning's launch. If a hold is requested and issued between T-minus 9 minutes and T-minus 31 seconds, the countdown clock will be restarted upon successful resolution of that problem without a go survey made of all elements. If the launch cannot be accomplished within the launch window or the following time is exceeded, the NTD will call cutoff, and our estimate on launch drain back hold time is 5 minutes, 36 seconds. PLT at T-minus 5 minutes, perform APU start upon command of OTC only.
PLT.
CDR, the pad egress system is nominal. Evacuation helipad is number 8.
Roger, copy, helipad 8, thanks.
Firing room launch team, disable telephone ringers at this time. Ingress and egress of the firing room will not be allowed after resuming the count at T-minus 20 minutes until after launch or flight crew egress if a recycle occurs. All personnel not active in the terminal count monitor only channel 217. All personnel bear in mind that critical post-launch operations will be in progress after a successful launch, so please keep firing room noise and activities to a minimum. After T-minus 20 minutes, all problems or trends that require a countdown clock hold must be reported to the NTD on channel 212 together with your recommendation. After T-minus 5 minutes, any hold, manual or GLS, must be accompanied by a description of the problem and your recommendation. The countdown clock will continue until T-minus 31 seconds, however, unless your recommendation to hold the next milestone is necessary. And the milestones are listed on page 850. And CDR, I guess we'll consider yesterday just one more day of training for your mission. So again, on behalf of the Endeavor launch team, we wish you the best of luck, and we'll be watching from the ground.
Roger, we've finished training. We're ready to go too, and thanks a lot again.
You're very welcome. Any questions for the briefing? That concludes the briefing.
NTD launch director, just for the crew and the team, the weather situation looks good both for here and TAL, and we're not working any other issues, so we should plan on being ready to go at the beginning of the window.
Copy, sir. That's good news.
And the crew copies. Thanks, Bob.
All personnel, the countdown clock will resume at 8:57 GMT.
OTC, PTC.
Go ahead.
Step 900 is not performed.
Copy. TBC NTD 212.
TBC.
Step 872, can you verify that?
That's affirmative.
STM, you copy 872?
STM copy.
Thank you.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 20 minutes and holding. We're just a few seconds away from picking up our count today.
4, 3, 2, 1, mark.
And we are at T-minus 20 minutes and counting. From this point until the T-minus 31 second mark, any of the dozens of console operators in the firing room may ask that the count be held if a problem is detected on the system they are monitoring. Also, a purge of the 3 onboard cryogenic fuel cells will soon be underway. These fuel cells are small power plants that use liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen to produce the electricity the shuttle will need in space.
OTC DPS.
Go ahead.
Pass ops transition is complete. DPS is ready for BFS transition to Ops 101.
Copy. CDR OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Take BFS to Ops 1 for your checklist.
Roger, and request Spec 99 Pro to CRT1 first.
You gotta go. PLT OTC.
Go ahead.
Stand by, Matt.
T-minus 17 minutes and counting. Pilot Ken Bowersox will soon be configuring the horizontal situation displays on his side of the module for launch.
BFS is ready for uplink.
Copy, thank you. Flight NTD, perform BFS pre-flight uplink loading. Flight NTD, copy.
OTC, CDR, BFS stops one complete.
Copy. PLT, OTC.
Go ahead.
Configure pass and BFS horizontal situation displays for your checklist.
Excellent.
CDR, OTC.
Go ahead.
Configure contingency yaw steer for your checklist.
Roger.
Flight NTD.
NTD flight.
Perform BFS pre-flight uplink loading.
Copy, putting in the work at this time.
CWS, OTC.
This is CWS.
Step 939, configure ohms RCS cross feed for flight.
In work.
T-minus 15 minutes and counting, and configuration of the cross-feed valves between the orbital maneuvering system and the reaction control system propellant tanks is now being performed.
OTC, PLT, horizontal SIP configs complete.
Copy. Perform MPS helium reconfiguration.
MPS helium reconfigs inlet. OTC, CDR, config, contingency abort yaw steers complete.
Copy.
OTC CWS.
Go ahead.
Yes, steps 940 through 944 all worked and complete, and ohms RCS cross feed valves configured for flight.
Copy.
OTC, PLT, MPS helium reconfig complete.
Copy.
OTC FTP.
Go ahead.
Step 957, fuel cell purge complete, ready for load adjust.
Copy. EPD, FCP, and ECO. EPD.
ECO.
Adjust fuel cell loads between 250 and 390 amps. In work.
NTD flight,
OTC, CDR.
Go ahead.
Roger, OTC, CDR. We're adjusting the cockpit lighting at this time.
Copy.
And NTD flight on 212.
Go flight.
Yes, sir. BFS pre-flight uplink loads are complete.
Copy. CVFS copy. CFS copy.
T-minus 12 minutes and counting.
T-minus 9 minutes and approximately 3 minutes.
Everything continues to go well. No technical problems or issues being discussed at this time. The weather is go, the vehicle is go. The crew reports they're ready to go. The next hold will come up at T-minus 9 minutes. This is a standard 10-minute hold. Puts us on track for the opening of our window at 4:27 a.m.
OTC CBFS. Go ahead. T20 dump and compare is complete. 0 miss compares. Copy. All personnel discontinue all non-mandatory LV traffic for remainder of count. Flight NTD 212.
Flight?
Will the G1 launch poly update be required?
No, sir. Not required.
Very good.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting, just 20 minutes away from launch this morning
Complete, step 959.
on mission STS-61. The countdown clock is just a few seconds away from entering the last of our planned built-in holds. Coming up on the T-minus 9-minute hold. And we are at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. This again is a scheduled 10-minute hold. As the count resumes, the ground launch sequencer will be in control of operations. This master computer program will issue all of the commands necessary to perform the final critical tasks required to put the vehicle into final launch configuration. The ground launch sequencer monitors as many as 1,000 different measurements during the final 9 minutes of the count.
Update, is that required?
Not required.
Copy.
Several polls are normally taken at this time to verify that the team is ready to proceed with launch. At this time, there are no concerns being worked.
CMKC, need one on 145. Copy. CISL, JRPS, Houston Flight, activate recorders. ISL, copy.
RPS, copy.
Flight copies.
CISL, you copy.
ISL, copy.
Thank you.
NTD flight.
Go flight.
Yes, sir. I have a lock string back hold time update. Lock string back time is now 7 minutes and 3 seconds.
Copy, 7 minutes, 3 seconds. All personnel is the NTD conducting a launch status check. Verify ready to resume the count and go for launch. Say go or no go. OTC. Go. TBC. Go. PTC. Go. LPS.
Go.
Flight.
Go.
Milo.
Go.
STM.
Go.
Safety.
Go.
SPE.
SPE, go.
CDR.
Go.
LRD.
Go.
SRO.
SROs go. You have a range clear to launch.
Copy. Launch Director NTD. Your launch team is fully ready to proceed.
Copy, and we'll conduct the management poll here shortly.
OTC to say shooting.
Go ahead.
I give you step 1015 at this time.
Copy.
Mission Management Team Chairman Lauren Shriver has conducted his poll of the Mission Management Team, and they have all verified they are ready to proceed with the count. NASA Shuttle Test Director Mike Lombach has also completed his poll of the various test conductors, and they also report they are ready to support. Standing by for the final poll that will be taken by Launch Director Bob Seek.
NTD ISL.
NTD.
Recorders are activated.
I copy.
NTD, this is Launch Director, and we'll make the management poll at this time. Payload operations.
Payload to go, Bob.
Copy. Engineering Director.
Bob, engineering's go.
Copy. Safety and quality.
Safety and quality's go, Bob.
KL. Range weather.
Launch Director, we have no constraints to launch.
Copy. And Mission Management Team Manager.
Bob, the MMT is not working any issues. You're cleared to proceed.
Copy. Thank you, Lauren. Well, NTD looks like a good morning to go flying, so you have a go to proceed.
I copy. Thank you, sir.
Launch Director Bob Seek has completed his poll, and indeed all are ready to support launch today. Have just about 2 minutes remaining in our hold at T-9.
We'll resume in 2 minutes. 3, 2, 1, mark.
We have 2 minutes remaining in our hold at T-9 minutes.
countdown clock will resume in 1 minute. Mark.
We are just a few seconds away from resuming the countdown for the launch of the Space Shuttle Endeavour this morning. The countdown clock will start in 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are at T-minus 9 minutes and counting.
CLS auto sequence has been initiated.
The ground launch sequencer has been initiated. NASA Test Director Mike Leimbach is about to call for the transmittal of stored pre-launch commands, as Endeavour is only 9 minutes from its 5th mission in space. On board are various instruments needed for the first servicing mission of the Hubble Space Telescope and the crew of 7 astronauts.
PLP, OTC.
Go ahead.
Configure fuel cell, essential bus source switches.
That's in order. RTC, PLT, essential buses are connected to the fuel cells.
T-minus 8 minutes and counting. Pilot Bowersox is now flipping switches in the cockpit to directly connect the 3 fuel cells to the essential power buses.
CLS is go for orbiter access arm retract.
The orbiter access arm is now being retracted away from the vehicle. This is the walkway used by the crew to gain entry into and out of the vehicle, and it can be returned to position within seconds if need be.
CRPS, OTC.
CRPS to verify that the recorder are running.
Copy. PLT, OTC.
Go ahead.
Perform APU start. Pre-start. Perform APU pre-start.
Okay, APU pre-starts in work.
The orbiter test conductor has given Endeavour pilot Ken Bowersox the go to perform the auxiliary power unit pre-start procedure.
OTC, PLT, APU pre-start is complete. 3 gray talkbacks.
Copy.
Pilot Bowersox reports that the pre-start procedure is complete and everything looks good from his standpoint in the cockpit. APU, auxiliary power unit activation, will come in just a few seconds.
TLS is go for orbiter AP start.
T-minus 5 minutes and counting, and we have a go for APU start.
APU starts and work.
CDR, reconfigure heaters.
Roger, here, reconfigure work.
T-minus 4 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. The solid rocket booster and external tank, safe and armed devices have been armed.
Copy.
OTCCR heater reconfig complete.
Copy.
The main fuel valve heaters and the 3 shuttle main engines have been turned on in preparation for the launch of Endeavour this morning. T-minus 4 minutes and counting.
TLS is go for purge sequence 4.
T-minus 3 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. The final aerial surface checks of the orbiter's flaps and rudder is being completed. Also, the 3 main engines are being gimbaled as a final test before launch. T-minus 3 minutes and counting. All is continuing to go well for today's launch of the Space Shuttle Endeavour and the first Hubble Space Telescope servicing mission. This mission is scheduled to last 11 days and includes 5 spacewalks.
PLT, OTC.
Go ahead.
Clear caution and warning memory. Verify no unexpected errors.
That's all right. RTC, PLT, cautionary warning, memory clear is complete, no unexpected errors.
Copy.
Everything continues ready to fly today on NASA's 4.5 million pound space shuttle vehicle.
Roger, it's in work.
T-minus 2 minutes and counting.
TLS is go for ET, LH2 pressurization.
T-minus 1 minute, 45 seconds. Everything continues to look good for launch this morning. In about 90 seconds, the Space Shuttle Endeavour will begin its 11-day flight to visit the orbiting Hubble Space Telescope, but not before lighting up the nighttime Florida sky.
30 seconds.
The launch should be visible for hundreds of miles. The mission and the record 5 spacewalks will be watched worldwide. T-minus 1 minute and counting. T-minus 50 seconds and counting, and we are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. T-minus 31 seconds, and we have a go for auto sequence start. Endeavour's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions.
20.
T-minus 15 seconds. 11, 10, 9, and we have a go for main engine start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, And we have liftoff. Liftoff of the Space Shuttle Endeavour on an ambitious mission to service the Hubble Space Telescope.
Roll program, Houston. Roger, roll, Endeavour.
Houston now controlling. Endeavour's underway. Rolled on course for an orbit with the Hubble Space Telescope. Endeavour already traveling about 300 miles an hour. Altitude 1 mile. 3 engines on Endeavour are throttled back to 2/3 throttle to prepare the shuttle to pass through the area of maximum air pressure and go supersonic.
Endeavour, go at throttle up.
Roger, go at throttle up.
Endeavour's 3 main engines now back at full throttle. All flight control positions are go. Altitude now 10 miles, 7 miles east of launch pad 39B. Endeavour speed 1,700 miles an hour. 1.5 minutes since liftoff. Endeavour's already used more than 2.25 million pounds of propellant, and the shuttle weighs less than half of what it did at launch. Flight controllers are now standing by for burnout and separation of the twin solid rockets. Booster officer confirms a good.
Endeavour, 2-engine Banjul.
Roger, 2-engine Banjul.
Jettison of the solid rockets. That call also indicates that Endeavour could now perform an emergency transatlantic landing if needed.
Endeavour, performance nominal.
Roger, performance nominal.
Also, Endeavour's performance thus far has been just as planned. Altitude now 35 miles, 48 miles east of the Kennedy Space Center. Endeavour traveling 3,400 miles an hour. Three and a half minutes since liftoff, 5 minutes till shutdown of the main engines. Endeavour speed now 4,400 miles an hour, 97 miles east of the Kennedy. Altitude 49 miles. 3 engines continue to work well at full throttle. Good hydraulic systems, good electrical systems.
Endeavour, press to ATO.
Roger, press to ATO.
Endeavour Houston, negative return.
Roger, negative return.
Endeavour's gained too much speed and altitude to return to the Kennedy Space Center in the event of an engine problem, and could also reach a lower than planned but safe orbit in the event of an engine problem. Endeavour's altitude now 56 nautical miles, 152 miles east of the Kennedy Space Center. Speed now 6,400 miles an hour. Endeavour's main engines are now burning fuel from the external tank at a rate of about 1.5 tons per second. Endeavour's already above most of Earth's atmosphere and will continue to accelerate downrange in a fairly level flight. to more than double its current speed to reach the 17,400 miles an hour required to attain orbit. Now 3.5 minutes to shutdown of the main engines.
Endeavour, press to MECO.
Roger, press to MECO.
Endeavour can now reach its planned orbit on only 2 engines if needed. 3 engines continue to work well at full throttle.
Droop Banjul 109.
Roger, Houston, Droop Banjul 109.
Endeavour speed now 8,500 miles an hour. 275 miles east of the Kennedy Space Center. Altitude 60 miles.
Endeavour, single engine Banjul 104.
Single engine Banjul 104.
Calls indicate that Endeavour could perform a transatlantic landing on only 1 engine if necessary. Three engines continue to operate well at full throttle. Speed now 10,300 miles an hour, 346 miles east of the Kennedy Space Center, altitude 59 miles.
Endeavour, single engine press 104.
Single engine press 104.
Endeavour can now reach its planned orbit on only 1 engine if needed. 3 engines continue to work well at full throttle. 1.5 minutes now to planned shutoff of the main engines. Endeavour speed 12,200 miles an hour, or about 18 times the speed of sound. Altitude 57 miles, 475 miles east of the Kennedy Space Center. Seven and a half minutes since liftoff, 1 minute to shut off of the main engines. Endeavour's 3 engines are now throttling back to prevent the spacecraft from experiencing forces in excess of 3 times that of Earth's gravity. Endeavour speed now 15,500 miles an hour, 618 miles east of the Kennedy Space Center, altitude 57 miles. 3 engines now at 2/3 throttle, 25 seconds to cut off of the main engines. Standing by now for shutdown of the main engines. Booster officer confirms main engine cutoff for Endeavour. Now standing by for jettison of the external fuel tank. Booster officer confirms a good jettison of the external fuel tank.
Endeavour Houston, we see a nominal MECO, ohms 1 not required.
Roger, Houston, ohms 1 not required, and it's a beautiful sunrise.
It looked awfully good from here, too.
Call to Endeavour indicates that it's right cut off of the main engines, put it right at the proper speed and altitude.
Go ahead, Endeavour.
Hey, ask my daughter Laura how she liked those candles for her birthday.
Ask me whose birthday again, and I'll pass that on.
My daughter Laura's birthday. Those candles were for her.
We'll pass that on. That's probably the best candle she'll ever have for her birthday.
Endeavour's now in an orbit with a high point of 306 nautical miles and a low point of about 31 nautical miles. As it continues to coast out towards the high point of its current orbit of 306 nautical miles, when it reaches that point, it will fire its orbital maneuvering system engines to circularize in an orbit of about 310 nautical miles by 300 nautical miles. Currently, fuel that was left in the lines of Endeavour's main engines is being dumped out and purged out of the engines. After a very smooth climb to orbit for Endeavour. Endeavour's orbital maneuvering system engine firing is upcoming in about 31 minutes. When it reaches the high point of its current orbit, an altitude of about 306 nautical miles, Endeavour will coast out toward that high point. Endeavour's current altitude is about 79 nautical miles. Again, at ignition of its orbital maneuvering system engines to circularize in an orbit with a high point of approximately 310 nautical miles and a low point of 300 nautical miles. Endeavour will be about 5,900 nautical miles behind the Hubble Space Telescope. Again, ignition of that engine firing to circularize Endeavour's orbit is upcoming in just a little over 30 minutes.
Endeavour Houston with you on the east satellite.
Roger, Houston, and we're going after an APU temp message here.
Roger.
Looks like cooling's kicked in now, Houston.
Endeavour Houston, roger, we concur, no action required.
Roger that.
Endeavour Houston for SOX, we're going to hold off on APU hydraulic shutdown until we've had a chance to look at number 2's cooling for a minute or two.
Okay, Taco, I understand.
We're now seeing replays of Endeavour's launch just a few minutes ago on NASA Select Television. Again, at present, Endeavour is coasting out toward the high point of its current orbit, about 306 nautical miles in altitude. Endeavour's present altitude is about 98 nautical miles. It will reach that high point in about 28.5 minutes. At that point, it will fire its 2 orbital maneuvering system engines located on the tail of either side of the tail of the spacecraft to circularize in an orbit with a high point of about 310 nautical miles and a low point of about 300 nautical miles. At that point in time, Endeavour will be approximately 5,900 nautical miles behind the Hubble Space Telescope to begin a slow process of catching up and rendezvousing with the telescope on the 3rd day of the flight.
Endeavor Houston, you have a go for APU hydraulic shutdown per the DTO. It'll be 2, then 1, then 3.
Okay, Taco, we'll put APU hydraulic shutdown work, 2, 1, 3.
Pilot Ken Bowersox is given the go-ahead to shut down the auxiliary power units, the 3 auxiliary power units aboard Endeavor. The APUs supply power to operate the hydraulics, which in turn are used to move the wing flaps and rudder, as well as swivel the engine nozzles on Endeavor. Again, they're only used during launch and landing.
Endeavor Houston for Covey.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, Covey. We've got some updates to OMS 2 targeting. We'd like you to type in an HT of 221.5 with a TIG of 43:30 and reload that.
Okay, understand. OMS 2 HT 221.5 TIG of 43:30. Load and enter and reload.
Good copy, Endeavor. Endeavor Houston, we see good OMS 2 targets on board.
Roger, Houston.
This is Mission Control Houston. Endeavour is continuing to coast out toward the high point of its current orbit. A high point of about 308 nautical miles. Endeavour's present altitude is about 224 nautical miles as it crosses over the east coast of Africa, of Central Africa. The Orbital Maneuvering System 2 engine firing for Endeavour is upcoming in about 15 minutes and 15 seconds. Here in the flight control room, the flight dynamics officer has been using the latest tracking information from the Hubble Space Telescope along with Endeavour's tracking information to fine-tune this engine firing as the first in a series of engine firings that over the next 2 days will take Endeavour to within reach of the Hubble Space Telescope. This engine firing will be a 3-minute and 23-second long firing of Endeavour's Orbital Maneuvering System engines.
Endeavour Houston, when you got a minute, we're ready to copy the debris report from ASCENT.
Again, this firing will put Endeavour into an orbit with a high point of 308 nautical miles and a low point of 215 nautical miles.
Go ahead, Endeavour.
Yeah, I couldn't see much because it was dark outside going up, but I'll tell you what we've got now. On my front window, there's probably 6 or 7 fairly large smears that look almost like white paint. There's 2 or 3 smaller streaks on my right forward window, and there's not much at all on the right side window. Also saw a little bit of sand or grit or something floating around right after MECO between the panes in the forward window.
Okay, I copy on window 4, 6 or 7 fairly large smears, and on window 5, 2 or 3 smears. Essentially nothing on Windows 6, and a little bit of sand or grit floating around between the panes at MECO.
That's a good copy. And Taco on window 2, we got probably 3 similar type smears. Window 4 has 3 fairly significant smears, probably worse than I've seen on previous flights. Same type of stuff though, looks kind of like white paint. We can see it really well because of the sun angle right now. And it's hard to see much actually see stuff during the ascent because of the darkness and the contrasting brightness of first stage. So best we can do is report what we see on the windows now.
Roger that. I copy 2 or 3 small smears on window 2 and 3 fairly big smears that look a little bit like white paint on window 3. Thank you very much.
Houston, Endeavour, we'll give a couple more minutes here to try to pick up the ET before we maneuver, but so far no joy in seeing ET.
Roger, we understand. Endeavor Houston, for your planning, we'd like to start the maneuver no later than about 6 minutes prior to TIG.
Okay, thanks.
We're now about just over 9 minutes away from ignition of Endeavor's orbital maneuvering system engines. To put Endeavor into an orbit that will have a high point of 308 nautical miles and a low point of 215 nautical miles. We'll be in communications with Endeavor for the first couple of minutes of that engine firing before Endeavor moves out of range of our tracking satellite system. Again, this engine firing will be 3 minutes and 23 seconds long. Have a total change of velocity for Endeavor of about 324.5 feet per second. And put Endeavor into an orbit with a high point of 308 nautical miles in altitude and a low point of 215 nautical miles. At present, Endeavor's current altitude is 278 nautical miles as it continues to coast out toward that high point of 308 nautical miles. The flight dynamics officer here in Mission Control has been calculating and fine-tuning this engine firing by Endeavor by using tracking data on the Hubble Space Telescope, the latest information, as well as tracking information from Endeavor, to ensure that Endeavor is in an orbit that's on target with a rendezvous with the telescope on the third day of the mission. Upcoming on NASA Select Television at 4:30 a.m. Central Time will be a press conference, a post-launch press conference from the Kennedy Space Center, with Launch Director Bob Seek participating, as well as Shuttle Mission Manager Lauren Shriver. Again, that press conference is upcoming at 4:30 a.m. Central Time from the Kennedy Space Center. We're about 5.5 minutes away from a firing of Endeavour's orbital maneuvering system engines to stabilize its orbit. Engine firing will last a total of 3 minutes and 23 seconds and put Endeavour into an orbit with a high point of 308 nautical miles and a low point of 215 nautical miles. Again, we'll have communications with the spacecraft for about the first almost 2 minutes of that engine firing before we lose communications with Endeavour as it moves over that area of Earth that's not covered by our tracking satellites. Once we lose communications with Endeavour, we'll regain them again in just a few minutes.
Endeavor Houston, we see in a good configuration for the burn, and a heads up at an MET of 45 minutes and about 30 seconds, we're going to hand down to Diego, and then we'll hand back up to the West Tidris at 49:24.
Okay, we copy, Taco. We wouldn't know what to do without you guys.
And we're just about 20 seconds away from ignition of this engine firing by Endeavor. We should have communications with the shuttle throughout the engine firing now. As communications are handed down from the satellite network to a ground station in the Indian Ocean. Propulsion officer reports the engines are firing and everything looks good on board. Again, this is a 3-minute and 23-second long engine firing. Now about halfway through the engine firing, engines continue to burn well on board. Again, this engine firing is scheduled to put Endeavor into an orbit with a high point of 308 nautical miles and a low point of about 215 nautical miles. "30 seconds left to go in this engine firing. All continue to go very well on board.
Endeavor Houston, we see a good burn, and we're coming to you through Diego.
Flight dynamics officer has confirmed Flight dynamics officers confirmed that Endeavour's in the proper orbit now with a high point of 308 nautical miles and a low point of about 215 nautical miles.
Endeavour, would you like for us to go ahead with the gimbal check now or wait till you hand up to the west?
Endeavour Houston, we're about 1 minute to the hand back up to the west Tidris, so let's go ahead and wait for that.
Roger.
Endeavour's now in a orbit with a high point of 308 nautical miles and a low point of 215 nautical miles. Right on target as planned to prepare for the next 2 days of catching up to the Hubble Space Telescope, resulting in a rendezvous and grapple of the telescope on the third day of the flight. At the time of the orbital maneuvering system engine firing just a few minutes ago.
Endeavour Houston with you on the west satellite, and you got to go for ohms TVC gimbal check.
Roger, it's in work.
Again, at the time of the ohms burn, Endeavour was about 5,900 nautical miles behind the Hubble Space Telescope. During the next 2 days, it will continually close that distance, performing a series of engine firings during those days to fine-tune its rate of catching up to the Space Telescope. Upcoming on NASA Select in just about a little more than 10 minutes from now will be a post-launch press conference from the Kennedy Space Center. aboard Endeavour now. The crew is preparing to transition the onboard flight control computers to the software that's used for orbital operations, or OPS-2 software, as it's called. Upcoming, once the onboard computers for Endeavour have been transitioned to the software for orbital operations, the next step in setting up shop on orbit for Endeavour will be to open the cargo bay doors. That'll be upcoming in about 20 minutes or so. Once that's completed, and if all goes well with it, the crew will receive a go for orbital operations, which will give them a go-ahead to begin unstowing all of the gear and set up shop for a long stay in orbit. Flight controllers have seen no problems with any of the equipment aboard Endeavour. It appears to be in excellent condition at this time. In just about 5 minutes or so, we'll be going to the Kennedy Space Center for a post-launch press conference. Again, that's scheduled to begin at 4:30 a.m. Central Time, 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time, in just about 5 minutes or so.
Endeavour Houston, the IO error MMU-1 is expected.
Roger.
Again, the next major milestone for the crew will be to open the payload bay doors of Endeavour. That'll be upcoming in about 20 minutes or so. The Data Processing Systems Officer, or DPS Officer, now confirms that the computers on board are being transitioned to the OPS-2 software, the software that's used for orbital operations. And with that complete, the next major milestone will be opening of the doors, again in about 20 minutes or so. Flight controllers have seen no problems with Endeavour. It appears to be in excellent condition at this time. In just a few minutes, we'll be going to the Kennedy Space Center for a post-launch press conference. That's scheduled in just a few minutes at 4:30 a.m. Central Time. 1 hour since liftoff for Endeavour, this is Mission Control Houston.
All-2 DAP, and is it okay if we load it?
Endeavor Houston, that's correct. I've got it right in front of me. The All-2 DAP on Spec 20 will be an item 32 of 0.07 and item 34, 1.
Okay, item 32, 0.07, and 1 for item 34. We'll load that in.
That's a good copy, Endeavor, and you can stay in that configuration until you get a go for vernier ops.
Roger. And Houston, we got all 2 loaded, looking for a go for ops.
Endeavor Houston, you've got to go for that.
Roger.
Endeavor Houston, when you've got a minute to copy it, I've got to change to your attitude on page 1-9 of the post-insertion checklist.
Ready to copy, Taco.
Roger, Endeavor, we'd like an Omicron of 104.0, and this is to improve stars of opportunity.
Okay, Omicron 104.0.
Good copy, Endeavor.
Welcome to our STS-61 post-launch news conference. Our players this morning are from your left, Lauren Shriver, Technical Assistant to the Director of Space Shuttle Operations, and Robert B. Seek, KSC Launch Director. And we'll start off with Mr. Shriver.
Thank you. Well, in terms of the way launches go, this was absolutely outstanding. And from a point of view of the Space Shuttle program, we had really absolutely nothing to worry about almost all morning. Very straightforward launch. The winds died down early in the period and stayed down. Tickled a little bit at the tail end as we went through the final stages of the count, but remained very low. And the rest of the count was surprisingly quiet. Bob will probably say a few more words about that. But from the point of view of the shuttle program, also, of course, a very great relief to have this mission on orbit now and able to begin the process of rendezvousing with HST and then performing the 5 EVAs to do all the corrections to the guidance system and to the observing system on board the telescope. And it's probably especially meaningful for me since I was one of the last people to see HST some 330 miles above the Earth. It'll be nice to have humans be able to go and visit it again and do the necessary corrections to get it back up to full speed.
Thank you. Bob?
Well, good morning, and it is a good morning, particularly for the team. They were rewarded for all their work with the launch count that was very crisp and it was very uneventful. We had no issues with the flight hardware to work, and unlike yesterday, no weather issues to work. Between our back-to-back launch counts, the only items that we had to deal with from a non-standard work standpoint was the adjustment of one of our loading valves in the liquid oxygen system in our facility and an elevator switch. Other than that, all of the hardware performed just flawlessly and of course supported launch today. These 2 launch attempts end really a great year for not only the launch team but the whole processing team. If you keep score of launches and launch attempts and the performance of the mission, they really did a super job. And of course, it's not over yet. We're getting Discovery ready to roll out to support the STS-60 mission first thing next year, and we've got work to do on Columbia, and it'll be right behind that one. But in the meantime, the team is going to watch this particular mission with a lot of interest and, of course, a lot of pride.
Let's move on to questions. Wait for the mic and give your name and affiliation, please. Reg?
Reg Turnell, Space Technology International. Do you lose anything at all in terms of the rendezvous and docking with the telescope by going a day late?
No, we don't. And the adjustment there came from the difference in launch time and beginning of the launch period. By adjusting that beginning, we get into the same general relationship with the telescope. Our performance was essentially the same. We'll have the same prop budgets and things basically that we would have had yesterday.
Jim Backey.
Jim Bankey, Florida Today for Lauren. Could you give us your perspective on whether you think this is a make-or-break mission for NASA? And could you talk about maybe how the mission management team is going to maybe work differently, or is it going to work differently during this mission because of all the attention?
Well, I know there's been a lot of discussion about this being a make-or-break mission for NASA. I think every mission has its merits and deserves a lot of publicity. This mission is higher profile than other missions. It's designed to bring a pretty expensive telescope back up to the level of capability that it was originally. The concept was of putting it there had in the first place. As to call it make or break, though, I guess I personally don't carry it that far. I think that manned space program stands on its own merits. The accomplishments in the past are, in their own way, every bit as important as the fixing this telescope is. And it just seems to me like there's maybe been a little bit overdone on that aspect of it. But it is important these days to be able to carry through and to do things as you've designed them, because operating manned spacecraft is a lot more expensive these days than it was in the past, and so you need to try to do everything to the highest level of success we can, and I think we'll do all right on the mission.